Hey, what is up? Welcome back to another Building Muster Minutes stream. It's episode 38, I believe. And we're going to keep working on the transcript editor that we've been building on lately. I actually did a little bit of work after stream yesterday and managed to solve a few issues. So I'm going to walk you through what we've done so far, and then I'm going to also start refactoring it because it's a bit of a mess at the moment, but you'll see that in a second. I haven't got anything open just yet. I've blank screen monitor. I'll open Alacrity, and I will jump into our project muster minutes, and we'll spin it up, bin/dev, and we'll also spin up a window to view it in. Is that loaded yet? No? Okay, what's going on? Hello? Your NG Rock Agent 3.1.1 is too old. NG Rock update, okay. You're happy now? Yes, looks like we're happy. Looks like we're a go. We're not on the meetings. What was we doing? We did like transcript demo. There we go. And we will have these like that, because then we can just jump between them. And we'll open up inspect element. So this is what we've been working on. We've been working on this little problem here with the transcript editor, and we've got a bit of a kind of what do I want to call this, kind of a test bed, I suppose, for testing this out and making sure it all works. In our console we get events, so obviously as we're doing stuff we're console logging over there. On the right hand side we have the data structure of what our document looks like. In the middle is our editor with the document loaded inside of it. As I make changes in here, you'll see down here stuff changes. Now the bit that we've been working on is making sure that every word is marked up correctly. So spaces should have no marks. Words should have marks. Those marks should have information about when the word was spoken, which is a range from a start and an end time in an audio recording. If we go in and type the word test, it doesn't know when that is. So what we see down here is null and null, but for the other words that were already in the document before I loaded, they have time information. 0.243 seconds to 1 second, we said the word hello. And then from 6 to 14 seconds, apparently for like, I don't know, 8 seconds or so, we said beautiful. I don't know how you'd say beautiful for 8 seconds, but that is what it says in the document. The data's made up. The world was said for 5 seconds, from 15 to 20 seconds. We said the word world. It's a very long way of saying a word world. But anyway. And then they also have confidence, 0.8, 0.9, 0.7. Obviously this one where we wrote test, we are 100% confident because we just wrote it. So that is how that works. Now if I delete the space between two words, the words should become merged as they do here, and the range is preserved. If I start typing in that word, the word kind of grows. It doesn't suddenly split the word, which is some of the things I was doing yesterday. I put a space, it splits the words. Now we've kind of lost some timing information. There's not much we can really do about that. Both of these words now range for the same time. We could maybe split the difference and cut it somewhere in the middle. I don't think it matters that much. I guess we'll see and work that out, what we want to do there. Now, this wasn't entirely working yesterday. And so, but I kind of made some changes. We were using the input rules plugin as part of ProseMirror. So ProseMirror has this concept called input rules. We were using this as a way of enforcing these rules, you know, it sounds like the right thing to use. Input rules. We have some rules on our input. That's what we was using. and we were following through kind of reference manual. We're looking at input rules, we're looking at this, and we've got like the match and the handler and all of this sort of stuff. Fine. Interesting. I'm curious. So when I do that and then undo. Okay, cool. That does do what I expect. Anyway, I was just testing something there that I thought about. But we're using the input rules plugin, and the input rules plugin's a bit weird. It kind of relies on the handle text input of the ProseMirror, and that mostly deals with when you're typing. It sometimes occasionally deals with deletions when you delete the end of a text node from the last character or coming in from the end of the node. A bit weird. If you're at the start of a node, then it causes the previous node to become deleted and then inserts the text. It's weird. Anyway, so we were fighting a lot of that. Then I started building out this new rule for making sure that we join the words together. You know, when we delete the space. So we couldn't use handle input rules for that, so I started looking for this new route, which is what we were building yesterday, and we had this plugin for like appending transactions. Now, appending transactions is really interesting in ProseMirror because we get the ability to see all of the things that are about to change the state, and then we get to decide whether we should add some transactions to those transactions. So in our case, we see, okay, like this is the transactions that have just been applied. We get the old state and the new state. So we get to look at the states. And then we get to I've got this build conformance transaction function. This is something we need to refactor, but basically the way this works is we loop for all of the transaction steps. The first transaction, we could probably run this for all the transactions, but we loop for it all for the first transaction. And each one of those steps, if there's no slice, we don't care, you know? We only really care about steps that are going to apply a slice. In this case, it's the replace steps. The types of steps there are in the document I came across, I looked into this last night as well. This is in model, I believe. Or is it in state? It might be in state. Or commands. Transform. They're all in transform. You know, my brain's a little bit rusty at the moment. They're all in here. There's only so many different types of steps. There's a replace step, there's a mark step, and there's the add step. So we only really care about the replace step. Replace step is what's used to insert slices into our content, into our state. A slice represents a bunch of content. Deletions actually does replace with a slice. It's just an empty slice. So deletions factor into that as well. There is always a slice. Sometimes that content is 0. If the slice content is 0, it means we're deleting text. And therefore, in this situation, we know we are merging words together. And so we join the word marks. So we've got this old function that we kind of put together. This is what we did at the end of the stream yesterday. We had this function. It's not changed really. What this does is it takes the state, looks at the cursor, looks at the node before and node after, and says, okay, like, hey, based on where we are, should we merge these two words together? Yes, no. If yes, after we check all of those things, if the marks are both words, before and after, the cursor, and they're not the same, then we just make sure they are the same, you know? So this next part, we get the current from position from the step, and then we look through the slice and work out the node start. So we take out the position of each slice of all the nodes within the slice. So the slice has many nodes. We're going to loop for all of those nodes. We only care about the text nodes because we're just looking at the text. And what we're doing here is two things. First, given that text node, let's look for all the spaces. Anything that's space should be removed from marks. They shouldn't have the schema mark word. Even if they've got it, not got it, doesn't matter. We're just making sure it's removed. Then we do the same for words. So all of the words in that slice, in that text node within that slice, if it doesn't already have a word schema mark, add that mark with confidence of 1. So that creates this, which is working. And it seems to be working pretty well, actually. I've been playing around with it. I can take a big block of text like this and paste it in, and obviously that's not marked as word. That is a word. That's not a word. That is a word. That's not a word. That is a word. That's not a word. Now, punctuation is an interesting one. It doesn't really get caught up in the words. I'm not really caring too much about the punctuation. It will either be part of the word or not part of the word. I don't really care. I just want to make sure that all of the words are marked up. So that's how that works. I kind of want to tidy it up. It looks a mess right now. Like, so there's a lot of duplication in the code, like all of this stuff. And so I kind of want to build some sort of abstraction perhaps around this. I'm not entirely sure. I'll zoom in. You know, one of the things I've noticed as well since doing a lot of these streams and having the text so zoomed in, I'm becoming a bit used to having the text zoomed in. Getting a bit old, you know, with the eyesight. This is fine, but then after I do a stream, it's hard to go back. Anyway, so, So, I kind of want to just make this read easier, you know. I wonder if I should have some sort of class. I'm trying to think of the names of the things that I've got here. I have like these things here, right? These nodes, the kind of rules that are being applied. So like perhaps there's a concept of like node rule. New node rule. You know, and I'm kind of wondering whether the node rule should have well, the first thing it probably does have is the node type that it applies to. And then also, you know, like this like regexy type thing. And then perhaps some sort of handler where we get access to the match, the start, the from, you know, kind of replicating a little bit of the start and end. Oh. start and the end. You know, maybe the state. We basically just want to run this line here, line 28 relative to the cursor. Remove word marks from faces. And I guess that's probably about it, right? And then I would need some sort of thing. I guess the idea here as well would be that this would like return true to say when it's done. No. We want all of the node rules to apply, but then this one only applies in this situation. I mean, that is also a special situation, right? That's not dealing with the node, that's dealing with like deletion. Let's create node rule. Constructor type regex. Okay. We go const rules equals new node rule. Well, this needs to have a. I need to do the transaction, right? New node rule. Also for text, because I'm kind of thinking the text matches this bit here, the node type name. Those are the rules. And perhaps I could just do something down here, which is just rules dot for each rule. Rule dot callback. Is that what it was called? Yeah. Oh, S. That's the handle. And I think that pretty much it, right? So I can potentially remove all of that in favor of this. And it should still work. Sweet. For each text node in a slice, check the little words have a word mark. Yeah. Don't really need comments anymore. I guess I could add comments here. Remove word marks from white space. Add word marks to words. I wonder if I can even simplify this even more. Because I can now just kind of go if. I don't know how you do it without the node actually, because these all rely on text, right? Text don't exist on the other nodes. So perhaps I just nuke that part. My throat's a bit dry and can clear it. Okay. I mean, do I even need the node wall bit here, right? Because I could just have range surrounding those for those, you know. Range surrounding those for those. That's how it wants to format it out anyway. Okay. I'm fine with that. That changes down here, where this becomes the regex and the handler. Okay. The only other part is this special rule where there's like nothing. So maybe these are like node rules. And then it's clearer that these apply like text node rules. And then this becomes text node rules. So, step slice content descendants for each descendant. If the node type name is not equals to text, we return. We get the node start, which is the from plus the position, which is from there. I actually wonder, like, this is the only place we're using it. Why not just do step dot from? I mean, the other place we're using node start is down here now. Step dot from plus is, I guess, do like node pos. Step from. Yeah, step from plus node pos plus the match index gets us the start. The end is the start plus the match length. That gets us a range for our position, and then we call the handler with the transaction state start and the end, and then we set match to the next match. I think that reads a lot cleaner. It's a lot tighter in there now. What do we do on deletion? Deletion seems like there's a lot more going on. Did it all just come from the state? Yeah, it looks like it. Handle.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come.
Empty slice rules.
First, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try?
And then I guess we just grab this. I don't think I can tidy this up in any further way. But perhaps I could just do a comment here, which is like, join. Hey Billy, how's it going? What's up? I am just currently working on this rich text editor that's going to be used for transcription tool that I'm building. And so we're just figuring things out with marking up words. Each word gets marked up with like the time it was said in the audio. I'm great. You? Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Finally making progress on this after a couple of days of just having to read through documentation and figure out what's going on. Sounds good. Sounds good. Join word marks together when words when the user deletes content. How long have you been programming? 18 years maybe 14 years professionally, I suppose. depending on what you count as professional, I suppose. Maybe maybe longer, maybe less. I don't know. Been doing it for a long time. Nice, about the same here. Nice. We almost together when he used least content. Empty slice rules. Not for each rule. Apply rules. I think I'm going to... perhaps delete that. Put it at the bottom of the file. I just started watching and stream lately. Hoping to meet other devs, so I'll follow. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been doing the same. Like, I've only really just started streaming in the last month or two, really. I did a little bit at the end of last year, but... yeah, I did a little bit at the end of last year and really got into it a bit more this year. Been jumping in people's streams when I get the chance as well. I'll give you a follow and stuff. What sort of stuff do you work on? What kind of coding, programming stuff are you doing? Do you have bots running for real-time event handling? What do you mean on stream or? Transactions. I work on large-scale general algorithms. Currently working on disk called type at the moment. Oh, cool. And yes, the follow-up pop-up on stream. Oh, that's just the Twitch one. Twitch has one out the box. Where is it? Like, yeah, just on Twitch, there's alerts. I've debated building something at some point, but just not on my high on my list of priorities at the moment. So, yeah, it's just using the built-in one with Twitch, and then it gives me access to do the old. I can replay alerts and stuff. Although for some reason I don't have a replay button for yours. But no. But yeah, that's what I like. I need to look into that to start off with, and yeah, I was looking into making one depending how far streaming goes. Yeah, if you're doing stuff with Discord type apps, then already at the moment, then there's probably not far stretch to do some Twitch kind of bot stuff as well and linking with that. Yeah, I find it's easy just to kind of build up some of that stuff over time. So when I first did those couple of streams at the end of last year, I basically just had, I mean, I hardly had anything. No bots, no alerts, nothing. I was just like, yep, I'll just hit the go stream button, go live, whatever it's called. Okay. But basically now have a collection of rules that apply for each transaction, for each step. For any empty slices, it will apply the empty slice rules. For every text node, it will apply the text node rules. And then these are my rules. Cool. I think that's a little cleaner. Word marker, and then what are we going on? Get text content from nodes. Am I even using that anymore? Apparently. Apply marking. But am I using this? Handle text input. Oh, like this is the tip tap version. Plan is for that to go. Okay. How's my Git doing? That's a chaotic mess. Anyway. Override the backspace. We've done that. Actually kind of works now. We don't need to override backspace. In fact, we didn't need to override anything. We don't actually have that right now, so I'll delete that. Can't make anything bold. We just have Command Z and Command Y. Which works nicely. We have our word marking plugin. Okay, we can get rid of the toggle mark. Cool. And I think the next thing to do is probably going to be to render our node view for the segment. So, how do we go about this? Node views. An object of node view constructors. Or did they talk about this in the guide? Library guide, node views. Turn image view. Okay. So let's find a space. Lib ProseMirror word marker. I actually think the word marker could just move into models now. Like, yeah, it's a plugin, but I think it makes more sense over in models. And then models ProseMirror word marker. Cool, that still works. And then I'll go... I don't know if it made sense there or not, but word marker. I don't feel like this one's going to make sense, but hey. Segment. Oh, what was it? All these segments. Segment node.js. And the idea here, oh, it should be view. View.js. Or segment view model. So we need to build something that looks something like this, where we have this DOM and stuff. This .dom. And then we'll have this dot content DOM is equal to this. Actually, I think what I'll do is just have const paragraph equals that. And we'll go this dot dom dot end child paragraph, and then this is just the paragraph. Node, is that correct? And then I can do stuff with the node at some point, but at the moment we don't need to do anything. We'll also get rid of that. Import segment view from models segment view. And I just need to make sure that this has export default on the top. Uh, 21k. We'll do node views. Inside there we'll have segment. Node. Return new segment. Node. So, yeah. So now if I inspect this, we should be in a div. Yeah, good. There's the div. So each of our kind of paragraphs now renders with this div. It wraps around it, which is nice. Okay, cool. And then at the moment we call this an utterance in the old version that I wrote. Utterance node. And kind of have all of this code. Let's perhaps tidy up some of these. Segment view, yeah. Now I can jump between those quickly. The div needs an utterance node class list on it, so this.dom.class list.add utterance node. If I refresh instantly, this is better. Get some of our styles in. What else do we need? We add a color based on the speaker. Like, that's a bit weird, but sure. We'll do this slightly differently later, but for now we'll just copy this across. What's your thoughts on Emacs? Personal experience? I was thinking of trying it out. I haven't used Emacs. This is NeoVim. I haven't even bothered to look at what Emacs is like. I've heard lots of, like, I think I've heard more of the NeoVim fan people than the Emacs fan people. So all I've ever heard about Emacs is the way that the key kind of shortcuts or whatever, key bindings are a bit weird, but I have no experience. I just picked NeoVim recently. I was just like, I'm gonna give NeoVim a go. I've been enjoying it though. I'm sure Emacs is similar in some ways. What are you using at the moment? Are you on VS Code or something like that, or? Okay, so yeah, VS Code on Windows and NeoVim on Linux server. That's fair. I don't know what NeoVim or anything like that is like on Windows. We can get rid of that underscore, and then that won't fail quite so dramatically. It still fails. What's going on? Split. Yeah, because we don't have a speaker. We don't have atters on the segment at the moment. Speaker 0. And then I have to add that to the schema. This is going to have atters now. DOM is not defined. Oh, here. Because it's actually this .dom. Now, if I changed it to speaker 1. Oh, it's speak like SPK. I mean, not that it really matters. If I change the one up here to like speaker 1, and again, change the word speak 1, that should get a different color, and then that's a different color as well. Okay, cool. Got the speaker set on a segment now, so each segment is by a different speaker. I need to work out how I'm going to get the speakers. That's something I'm going to have to come up with. Otherwise, we'll do this. Actually, we need the speaker label. I'm just going to copy perhaps that. Creates a speaker label, sets it to content editable, set to false. We'll leave that out for a second. We'll change this to just be an array like that. That needs to be changed to do get list of speakers from somewhere. I'm gonna have to refactor this once I've got it in here, but I want it all in the same file so we're kind of looking similar to what we had before. For each one of those speakers, we create an option. We get the We're not going to have that on the page. We need to do that in a different way. For now, we'll do that. Then we append that option to speaker label, which is up there. And then when we add an event listener, changes on that. And then select speaker label value. View dispatch. So this is an interesting thing. I need to obviously dispatch somehow, like changes. We'll comment that out for a second. And then this.dom end. I wonder if I just do this dot content dom that's cleaner. Right, okay, what have we got? We've got speaker 4, speaker 3, obviously that changes. Nice. And then I guess in my editor, what I normally have perhaps is like class on the... No. Perhaps this has flow on it. Can I pass to the view? Can I pass some prop? Okay, class. DOM events. Lots of functions to handle stuff. Attributes, which is just an object, or function which takes the state and returns an object. Fine, so in here we've got attributes, class, below. Nice. Now I kind of want to be able to change the speaker and have the color change. That's going to be the next thing. That's in here. How do we... Node, view, get pos. So I get all of those things. Node, view, and get pos. I feel like I should get, like, I'm using the mouse to scroll a bit more lately, and I really need to get better at just using Control U and Control D to move up and down the page. Node, view, get pos. Like that. View and get pos. View and get pos. If I refresh, I can change this. And the color changes. Wallpaper? Wallpaper question mark? I don't understand the question. Tommy Roddo, hey, welcome. Yes, wallpaper? As in like the desktop wallpaper, the one in the background? I think I just found that on Unsplash or something. Perhaps I could reverse image search it. Is it? I did rotate it. I think it's this one. I mean, it's just everywhere apparently, but find image source. I mean, I won't find it exact because I rotated it. Let me just search my history. I'm sure I got this one off Unsplash. Maybe that one. But then rotated. If that was the question. No worries, thank you. That was the question. Yeah, I just rotated it because it's portrait. So. I quite like it. I only just changed it a couple of days ago. Fancied something more leafy. I had the stock kind of purple Mac one that's quite a few years old now. From like a couple of operating systems back. I would like to render this somehow. Not using jQuery is kind of, not jQuery, what? Why would I use jQuery? Not using React here is kind of a pain. Like, it doesn't feel like there's a good solution for just doing a very small snippet of generating some HTML on JavaScript side without having to pull in some big dependency, big library. I might check out what Campfire did, just in a couple of places here, and there was something else they did recently that I wanted to check out in here. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was in models. Client message. That was it. I kind of had this like content from node client message that you could render and also update. And then they have this like create from client, create from template rather. And they just replace like the dollar signs for all of the keys in data. It searches for like the keys. But there's no concept of looping in here. Client message. Template target. This is in a controller called messages controller. So I imagine we're looking for something like messages target template, something looks like that. They have a script which is type text template, and then they use that to render the view in JavaScript while still having kind of like just a regular HTML view. And then they take these $ and they just search for all of those, the keys they've got. Which is kind of, it's an interesting technique. I kind of like body in there, right? Like they just inject the body. I mean, this is a really simple view, really. It doesn't need that much. I could probably get away just by breaking this down into like render speaker select. And then return speaker label, right? And I guess the other thing that I want to do in here really is the I'll look at where I want to put this. Get speakers. Return that. And then I can do this dot speakers dot for each. Option. And the idea there is I can kind of get rid of all of that. This dot render speaker label. Selected speaker is declared but never read. Yeah, where did that go? And where's the oh, it's like here. What you on about? Green leaf plant. B. Hmm. I could move that into its own thing as well. This dot render speaker label. I'm just gonna close this, I think, because that's something LSP restart. Something weird went on with my LSP that it just. I do need those. How did they just? I just set everything up there. This dot node is node. This dot view is view. This dot get pos is get pos. And then this is this dot view. This dot. It still work? Get pos is not defined. Yeah, because it's now this dot get pos. This is now always speaker 0. Like, what's the deal with that? It changes color though. So it's just the rendering. Oh, where do we set the current one, right? Like the current speaker? Where was we doing that before? This, like here. This dot selected. For some reason that got dropped. There we go. That's working better. Handle change speaker event this dot change speaker to bind this. So if you change it, updates correctly. Render speaker select, creates a select, adds the event listener, injects all of the options. Nice, that's cleaner. Then would this just be this dot colors? Like controller JS. How does the static values? Oh, because it's static, it will be like a segment view, right? The colors. There we go. Get speaker view class names. Actually, camel class names. And then we'll do color class. S.view class names join. HTML space not valid in tokens. Can I just pass an array then? No. What if I spread the array? Can I just say add? Okay, cool. build render maybe just as a thing. That's just like, I'm kind of just not really sure how I want to structure. I know I need it more than that. I just have it all in there because it's simple. Oh, it's also simple, but a little bit more involved. Okay, so happy with that so far. Tidier than it was before, I believe.
Guess I should have heeded the warning. Guess I should have moved on to someone new. But I better be in a storm and in the calm without you. Don't know how I feel in the morning. Maybe you'll be leaving me sad and blue. But I better be in a storm and in the calm without you. Guess I should have heeded the warning.
I wonder if there should be like get select
But I better be in a storm
input,
and in the calm without you. Don't know how I feel in the morning.
select element,
Me sad and blue. But I better be in a storm and in the calm without you.
select element. I guess this really is the core of it, I suppose. Get DOM element is like const DOM turned on. DOM element. The problem there is because this is a get, it makes it look like you could get DOM element anywhere. So maybe this has to be like build DOM element. So then it's not a get, it's like build DOM element. Node element. Guess the same here, like build select element. And then I kind of want to do So what's the difference between pen and child? Like, that seems to be no different. We have a div which has a select, has the paragraph, basically what we want. And then I just don't feel like how this bit's structured. I guess this could be create node element, create select element, could mirror kind of the document API here. When you call like document.body.append document.create element paragraph, for example, and it returns undefined inner text of. Yeah, it just returns undefined. Append child does actually give you the element. This method is used to add an element in the form of a node object or a DOM string. Basically means text, and that's how that should work. Only accepts node. Append accepts node elements and DOM strings while append doesn't have a return. It returns. Child only allows a single item. Fine, so they're very versatile, very similar, but I feel like I could probably do something that looks a bit more like document.create paragraph. This .content DOM is this .dom append child create element P. It's exactly the same, but all in one line. Now we kind of see, just looking at the constructor, okay, the node consists of some node element, which has some select element, which has a paragraph, which is the content DOM. And then you go, okay, well, how is the node element rendered? Oh, okay, fine, it's here. It's just got these class names. Well, where's the class names? The class names are down here. Node class names. Node class names. Okay, well, what about the select element? Well, it's here. And it has an event listener that binds changing speaker. And then here's change speaker. Okay. Now the next problem I have with this is the speaker list. The speaker list has to come from somewhere. So how do I want to store the list of speakers? That is the question that we need to solve an answer to. Well, so at the moment what I do in this version is I kind of do this weird thing where I try and reach out of the current view and of the current stuff that's being rendered and look elsewhere in the document, and I go, okay, well, I'm going to get this element by an ID. I'm going to get the speaker underscore name and grab its text content. But that's a bit weird because that changes and stuff, and yeah. So, what if I had some sort of separate plugin for ProseMirror that looked after the speakers? The problem is I still need some way of re-rendering all of the segments. So plugin would work, the holding state, but I'd still need to work out what happens when I try to update the state. Perhaps I have access on like a hash of that state of the plugin. I don't know, you know, it's a bit. When a node is updated, default behavior is to leave its outer DOM structure intact, compare its children to a new set of children. Updating or replacing those as needed. A node view can override this with custom behavior. Allows us to do something like changing the class of a paragraph based on its content. Set node markup is a type or set of attributes for the node at a given position. Oh, that's that bit, right? Well, Curious, I don't think you can, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. In JS DOM, can you render the same node multiple positions? You can't. I don't even know what I'm asking. It be removed from the current position, moved. It makes sense. I don't know why you'd ever want this. This is a recipe for disaster, but it would be really useful here because actually I only want to render this thing once and then have it update everywhere. I mean, one of the ways that I could combat this is rather than rendering the options in the kind of drop down in this way, I could have something that wraps the document, and then this is just a button that then calls that thing to render. For that node. And one of the things that might be interesting to see, just from like the DOM perspective, is like this .get pos. There's nothing to stop us from just saying, kind of, when we render the node, we could say dom.dataset.pos this.get pos. And then when I refresh this and inspect our node up here, data pos 0, data pos 23, 29, 31, 33. And also, like, if I so that could be used by a stimulus controller of some sort, of some variety. To render some sort of drop down in place. It just feels like a lot when I could just render a select option, right? Can I fill in the options on click? This feels weird, like I've never really done something that like would do this. When you click on the select, I mean, the other challenge here really as well is the name. And I feel like there's an accessibility, like if we go too far pushing the scripting on this, it could cause other problems, you know? I guess I could do select or add event listener click But I would still need to add an option for the one speaker. Oh, there, I'm clicking on it there. Look, it's not doing anything. Yeah, that'd be weird. It doesn't work. The challenge is I don't want to store this state in the same way as the rest of the thing. ProseMirror node view dependent on plugin state re-render when state changes. You can use the apply method in the plugin to listen for state changes. This method is called whenever transaction is applied to the editor state. Update the node view on state change. Check if the state relevant to your node view has changed. You'll need a way to signal this change to the node view. Find your node view and call the update function within the update of the editor. Interesting. Update. Implementation. Direct editor props. This is the editor view. Update the view's props. Now I want to pass you a update. Which is what was said there, wasn't it? Oh no, it's part of the view. No. This is inside plugin. Plugin returns a function for view, which returns a plugin view. When the plugin needs to interact with the editor's view or set something up in the DOM, use this field. So this gives us access to the editor view, and we return plugin view, a stateful object that can be installed by an editor plugin, update and destroy, called whenever view's state is updated. We don't need to return anything, but it says we can just call the update node view. How would I find my node views? Bit indirect because ProseMirror does not provide a direct API for fetching all the node view instances. However, you can access them through the edited view. So, access via your plugin state. There's a bit of a weird, the coupling is a little bit off here because the state shouldn't be aware of the view. I have some state, and it is shared between many nodes. What I would like to do is add a update turn false, and then we'll just do console.log update node decorations. Is that right? Node view returns an update which has node decorations, inner decorations, all the decorations. Interesting. When given, this will be called when the view is updating itself. It will be given a node, possibly of different type, an array of active decorations around the node, which are automatically drawn, and the node view may ignore them if it isn't interested in them, and a decoration source that represents any decorations that apply to the content of the node, which again may be ignored. If should return true if it was able to update that node, and false otherwise if the node view has a content DOM property. Updating its child nodes will be handled by ProseMirror. Yes, that's correct. I have no idea what we're going to play next. Our audio finished, so we'll start a new track. So, you know, select node. We return a node view with the DOM, the content DOM update. Select node can be used to override the way the node selected status. This might be a bit too heavy. I don't know what this is. It's... quite enjoyed that last one, but the one before that. But we'll change it up. Select node, set selection, stop event, ignore mutation. Call when a DOM mutation or selection change happens within the view. And change selection record. Selection change, the record will have a type of selection. Destroy. I wonder if Decorations make it possible to influence the way the document is drawn without actually changing the document. With the exception of the word drawn, that almost sounds like what we want to do. We want to decorate our nodes with the information about the speakers. Yes, I believe. Decoration objects can be provided to the view through the decorations prop. They come in several variants. See static members of this class for details from and to. The start position of the decoration, the end position of the decoration, be the same as widget decorations. We have spec. When creating a spec provided when decorating this decoration can be useful if you stored extra information in the object. I guess that can just be any sort of object. Fine. Sounds like there's different types of decorations. There's a widget decoration. Creates a widget decoration, which is a DOM node that's shown in the document at the given position. It's recommended to delay rendering the widget by passing a function. We don't really want a widget to be rendered in our document. Creates an inline decoration which adds the given attributes to each inline node between the from and to. We don't want it to be. Creates a node decoration from and to, which should point precisely before and after the node in the document. That node and only that node will receive the given attributes. This node decoration sounds like what we want to do. It sounds like we want to decorate the node with the speaker. Node views. I'm curious because we have this node view constructor where we take a function. It does get decorations as well. So we need to just keep reading through this little section. So decoration add is a set of attributes to add to the decorated node. Most properties simply directly respond to DOM attributes of the same name, which will be set to the property's value. These are the exceptions. Node name, class, style, and then just other DOM attributes. We need to pass some sort of DOM attribute that's not really going to get rendered onto the DOM. But it is interesting. It looks like actually it needs to be a string. So we are going to have to JSON stringify our list of speakers, our speaker data, as a decoration that we apply to all of our nodes. And then our plugin can maybe manage this decoration. We need to see whether that's the case. A collection of decorations organized in such a way that the drawing algorithm can efficiently use and compare them. This is a persistent data structure. It's not modified. Updates create a new value. So this allows us to add and remove the decorations. Decoration source. One thing I'd also like to read is in documentation reference manual. No, documentation library guide. Decorations. I just need to read. We've gone through this document a couple of times, but I need to just review this decoration section. Decorations give you some control over the way the view draws your document. They are created by returning values from the decorations prop, and they come in three types. Okay, here we go. Here's the plugin. So we could create a plugin that manages this. And we just create a speakers plugin which stores some state and manages this for all of the nodes. Oh, Yes. And by doing it in the state, we get to see every time a node gets added. We get to look to make sure all of the nodes have the decorations they require. Okay. Node decorations add styling or other DOM attributes to a single node's DOM representation. Now, we're not necessarily adding DOM attributes, but what we are doing is adding some attributes to the node, which we're then going to render. So we're going to kind of discard some of those decorations, and then we're going to do something else with them. In order to be able to efficiently draw and compare, they need to be provided as a decoration set. Then we get something that looks like this. This is the speckle plugin. Help me write a plugin for ProseMirror that will apply a decoration, a node decoration, node decoration for every node of a certain type. They'll all receive the same attrs. Not relieve, receive same attrs. Let's just start with that, see where ChatGPT goes, if it's got the general gist of what we're trying to do. Let's guide it a little bit more. Let's give it like the attr will be a JSON stringified object. For now, let's use an array of random equals names. Okay, we've got Alice, Bob, and Charlie. Then we're going to create a decoration. Implement the plugin. Decoration set. Create the plugin. Decoration set. Applied node decorations. Dot descendants. Nice. Good. If it's changed, make sure we apply the same decorations. Work. How would I go about updating the list of names? Let's say I need to add Bob to the list. Did we have a Bob? I don't really remember. I just like the name. Oh, we had a Bob already. Let's say we had a Sophie to the list, you know. External method to update its state, specifically an array of names. And the idea here is we run a transaction that updates the state of the plugin. And when that happens, the decorations will reapply. I feel like you've gone off in a bit of a weird tangent here. I feel like you've gone off in a bit of a weird tangent. Let's start building ourselves. Like, I think we've got enough here that we can kind of get something together. We'll get rid of that. We've got the word marker up here, which is our own plugin as well. We'll create a new plugin, which is going to be the speaker plugin.js. Don't know what I've done here. There we go. So we go speaker plugin.js, import plugin from ProseMirror state, import decoration and decoration set from ProseMirror view. I don't know what you're trying to give me those. We don't want those. Const export default const speaker plugin. We'll just call it speaker plugin for now, you know. That's going to have state and it's going to have some props as well. This.get state. I'm kind of curious here as well. Like, okay, fine. Speckle plugin.get state. I'll have something that looks a little bit like this. State, some object. And then props. Decorations state. And then that is going to return the speaker plugin.get state. And then init. It's going to take. It's going to get us the dot. And then we also have apply. So we have init and apply as two functions here. Oh. And then apply. Apply takes the tr and the set. It actually doesn't take the set. It takes the like plugin state. I'm pretty sure. The reason it gets the set is because we return the set here, but if we return something else, then we wouldn't get the set. So, actually also here, we would have to do... my thinking here is that we take our state has two things in it. We have this decoration set that we create, which perhaps the dock here and the speckles is just an array. So like return an object where decoration set is decoration set dot create dot like that, and then decoration set, and then returns a new object where the decoration set is the plugin state dot decoration set dot map, tr dot mapping, and tr dot dot. Why are you expecting an expression? What kind of expression are you looking for? Decoration is yeah, what expression are you looking for? I mean, I hate doing it like that anyways. Let's just do export default speaker plugin. Solves the problem. And then the reason for doing it like this is then I can do some stuff, you know, with the decoration set. But I could also have speakers as an array. And then in here, if there is, I can create a function that is going to change the speakers for me, right? Like if the speakers change, then I have to create a new decoration set potentially, or change that decoration set in some way. This is our node decorations. Let's just start with like Bob and Alice, you know. We're gonna have an ad in about 55 seconds apparently. I have the ads on a auto schedule once every hour, and I use it to go grab a drink sometimes and take a quick break, so I'll be doing that in a moment. I thought I'd say now because I'm going to continue working for a little bit, but it always catches up on me, you know. I'm going to take a break this time around. It also means that we get no pre-rolls as well, so people can join without having to get a pre-roll ad, which is annoying. That is what we'll be doing next. In the meantime, I'm going to continue looking at this. This node type is going to be segment. So basically we're going to take the entire document, look for all of the segments, and then for each one of those segments we are going to add our value, const initial names, and there we go. So I'll come back to this in a second, and we will be right back in a moment. I am back. Right. We've got some initial names. We're going to have Alice. We're going to have Bob. And maybe Charlie. You know, ABC. The ABCs. And we are going to set those initial speakers in here as well. Just with the anticipation we're probably going to change them at some point. And then at a value here, it's going to be the initial JSON.stringify initial names, because they have to be strings, remember. Speakers. I did have... There we go. Initial speakers. I've got to remember I added a couple more extensions to my NeoVim config, so now I have like space CN, allows me to change the name of a variable. There's also CR. I can't remember what CR is doing. Actually, CR looks like it's probably getting me all of the occasions that that specific thing has been mentioned. That's not what I wanted to do. It's definitely not what I wanted to do. Speaker plugin. Okay. Decorations. These are all our decorations we're adding. Alice, Bob and Charlie. To export this, we need to import this up here. So we'll import the speaker plugin from the ProseMirror speaker plugin. And I guess we'll just, you know, go down here. Speaker plugin. Over here, refresh. Nothing's really changed. I don't expect anything to be on. Oh no, speakers, there they are. Look. Alice, Bob and Charlie have been applied to there. That's interesting. So our node there has it. This node doesn't. Interesting here now how they've lost those. I expected it just to, you know, I don't know. Speaker, let's see what we've got going on here. Speak segment view. Fine, so I can get around to those pretty quick. I should be able to now take decorations as well. I don't know what to do about decorations. Console.log rendering node decorations. If I inspect, There is my node. Decorations, I'm not getting anything. No view. Inner decorations. Perhaps I could... Inner decorations. Undefined, undefined. Undefined, undefined. Return. No, it does have to apply the mapping. The mapping is required. Console.log modify state plugin state and tr. There is our decoration set. There is a transaction. If I go elements though, if I inspect element, we still have our speakers. If I refresh, it also just doesn't give us anything about that, you know? We felt so close, you know? We were kind of like, yeah, we're plumbing this in. No, no. Is this right? Like, is it -1 +1 or something? Like, I mean, I don't know for sure. Like, that's, yeah, that's gone outside the bound. I'm guessing pos is 0 here. Doesn't seem to do anything. Let's just check, you know. So we are doing node. Decoration, decorations. Inline node from to atters spec. Decoration atters. Spec. What is the spec part? Specs may have arbitrary additional properties. So, what if this is the arbitrary additional properties we are searching for? No? Well, we're not rendering. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Decoration atters. Node name. When non-null, the target node is wrapped in a DOM element of this type. We don't need that. We don't need star, we don't need class. We have the any, right? Create a node decoration. I wonder if we have to do something about the node view itself, you know? The node view constructor. The type of function provided to create node views. It is an object of node view constructors. So that is where we're looking at down here. The node views is an object. It returns some functions. Each one just gets the decorations. Why am I doing it like this? Why is this so stupid? Segment view. Can I just do that? Would that not work? Because it needs to return new. Args. Turn new segment view. Args. I don't want to have to keep specifying those. Okay. We get the decoration set. We also get the decoration, which has its type, which has its spec, which has the detail in there. Nice. We're back in the game. We are back in the game with this. And if I go in here and add new line, I've got too much console logging now. Like it's too much. We don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, we kind of we do. I mean, I am just rendering every time. What else have I got? I've got modify state. Right, I don't need modify state right now. Okay. Rendered node. This loses its decoration. How can I prove it? Can't. I just got a feel for it, you know. I think this one is the node. So I could, or I could this.dom, and then I can, so that's that one. But then if I go in here and type, this still has its decoration. Fine. I do that. This one now has no decoration. So I guess I need to factor in some of this somehow. The other bit that would be quite good to do is, I think, because this is on spec, it doesn't actually get added to the attrs. Anywhere, which is nice, and I don't actually think it can be any, so it doesn't actually need to be JSON stringified. I think I can pretty much just pass like that. Nice. And then we lose it there. Okay. That's fine. We're going to get close to solving that in a moment. For now, what I would like to do is decorations. Is it and? Got 0 or something like that? Is that the question mark dot? It's not Ruby, is it? It's, there we go. And then we go dot type dot spec. Dot type dot spec. Can't read type. No, because they don't blooming exist. So why would you? Why would you? Again, I've done it. Yeah, it's question marks. Excuse me, Grandpa. Question marks. Right. There we go. That's better. This dot speakers. Okay. So now we just have to make sure I don't lose it, and also apply it to every node that gets created. So we've kind of done this part where we create these decoration nodes. Now if we jump back over to here, that was kind of part of the story but not all of the story. We had this thing before where if the doc changed, then we reapplied our decorations. I think it's surely the doc's always changing. Like applying all of these decorations, like isn't that the whole point before of the mapping? Like the reason this tells us about this like concept of mapping, like this is the default one, right? We could just do this every time. We could build our decorations based on what's already there. It says when you have a lot of decorations, recreating the set on the fly for every redraw is likely to be too expensive. Our decorations are pretty straightforward though. They are just grab all of the nodes, go through every node. We could even go a certain type. We don't need to, like perhaps when we search for descendants we could be very specific about like what descendants we're looking for, or even just we know we're at that level, so that could be a way of solving it. This mapping doesn't seem to really work. Map it forward. Map the set of decorations in response to a change in the document. On remove, when given, this function will be called for each decoration that gets dropped as a result of mapping, passing the spec of that decoration. So it looks like we're getting, you know, removoed. Fine, we'll go up here and we'll create a new function, which is like, what did they call it on here? They called it apply node decorations. Build decoration, create decoration set. No, I don't want to call it that. Create speaker decoration set. And that takes a doc. I don't need the node type, that's hard coded. And an atta value, which will be the speakers, right? Doc. And then like speakers. Create speaker decoration set. Decorations, doc descendants, all the segments. Create and decoration for a node, for that node size. Pass the speakers as the spec. Push that into this array. Return the decoration set with that document. Then we can remove all of this. And we can change to create speaker decoration set, and it's going to take the doc and the initial speakers. Okay, that should still work over here. We've still got Alice, Bob and Charlie. If the doc changed, modify the state. I'm pretty sure it's going to change all the time. See? Like it's just how it's gonna work, right? I wonder if there's an easier way of just kind of tracking all of the nodes. Or like add and remove to that set. I mean, this kind of works, right? So if I refresh now, what I find interesting is like I have one, I press enter, it really should I suppose that didn't change in any significant way, so it's only rendering the nodes that are changing. Now, I need a way of changing speakers. And that was kind of the next part. I've kind of got this at the moment. It gave me all of that, and then I was like, well, hang on, what about if I change the names? You didn't really give me anything of changing the names. tr.getMeta. It's also, oh, I see there, like set meta. People's names key. Do I need to have them in separate state things then? Or can I do it like this? If I check out the ProseMirror history, for example, like... History. Not history U. I don't know what the extra U was about. Source, history, state. Returns a new history state. And then applies a transaction. On that history state. tr.getMeta history key, rebased. Get meta appended transaction, get meta close history. Oh, do I need to do all these things in separate? Let's what about this approach for the state? Is this Ruby? No, this is a lot of JavaScript at the moment. I've been avoiding it, but we've been doing some JavaScript. We are currently working on the transcription editor. I'm rebuilding it from the ground up using ProseMirror. So before we were using TipTap, which is a library that's built on top of ProseMirror, and TipTap's quite nice. It does some stuff. I'm not really like. It adds a nice little interface around ProseMirror. Has some nicer docs. Yeah and no. ProseMirror, free. It's like an open source. Like when you look at the docs, you're like, okay, cool, fine. Like actually, I have no idea. It's open source, free to use it commercially. Get writing, maintaining, supporting it. Obviously, ProseMirror is free. TipTap is kind of a commercial thing on top, which has a free version, but also has some paid plans. So they have some features that does it support React? It can do. It supports everything. It's just there's a lot of editors that are built on top of it. And like a lot of the editors you'll see and interact with today probably built on top of ProseMirror and you won't really notice. There's a few that aren't, but a lot of them are. And then a lot of them will be using something like TipTap to wrap around it. TipTap does support React. They have a React kind of thing. So we just save the string in the database. Is this it? Or it gives code. It can give back JSON object. JSON object's probably the best to work with, or it can return back HTML. ProseMirror is a lot more bare bone basic. Like TipTap gives you a nice little interface. In fact, I can show you the difference between some of those. So transcription editor, controller. This is our TipTap. Like we import editor from TipTap, and it gives us stuff like onUpdate, and then the onUpdate function gets called, and we can get the JSON, or we can get kind of HTML, whatever. People can put script tag in there. So that's what's really interesting about TipTap, is actually it has a really strict schema based approach. So the editor up here, I define the schema, and what this basically says is my document contains segments. It contains at least one, could be more segments. Segment plus is one or more segments. Those segments contain content that's text, contain 0 or more text, and the text is an inline node that is just built in. ProseMirror don't have. The ProseMirror doesn't have out of the box the update. Like it's very bare bone basic, and it's built of like 3 or 4 or 5 different modules. So you have the state, you have the view, and you have the model, and the 3 come together. But one of the weird things is like the view, you can't just add like you'd kind of expect, okay, I've got my view, like on change, let me do something. Doesn't work like that. I actually had to write a little plugin that's just like an on change plugin, and then it calls my function whenever the data in the state changes. It's a really simple plugin, but there's a few little extra things that you have to do that ProseMirror does for you, that TipTap does for you. Here's that plugin for on change. It's not massive. I guess you get this update view previous state, but then you have to call view.state.doc to JSON. Seems many code. Yeah, it's a bit more code, but it's also, the reason I've switched is because like TipTap's great if all you want to do is an editor that looks something like this. It doesn't have to look like this. I mean, this styling is, you can style it completely yourself. Like, you can do whatever you want. In fact, I think the one on their root, they used to have one here. I don't know where it's gone. I used to have a little example. I used to have a little editor you can play around with in a demo. They all looked kind of different. Anyway, you can customize the view yourself, but TipTap gives you a bit more to kind of do some stuff with. But as soon as you need to start customizing quite intensely, which I have been doing, you kind of need to know ProseMirror anyway. So I'm just learning ProseMirror. I did a couple of streams over the last week, last week, I can't remember, Friday, Monday, where I literally just read through this for 3 hours. That was a fun stream. Just reading through these docs. But now we kind of have something that looks exactly the same, but actually is a lot more robust. TipTap built on top of ProseMirror, yes. Yeah. ProseMirror libraries. TipTap, one of them. New York Times are using ProseMirror for various things. They have a little React kind of wraparound. Yeah. Atlassian are using ProseMirror. So if you're using Jira or Confluence, you're probably using New York Times newspaper. Yes, yeah. Their website, I imagine they have some sort of back-end portal where you can type in text or something. They've built something with it. Atlassian, Jira, Confluence, I think they've used ProseMirror as well. Like most of the like solid editors that you're likely to have done stuff with, probably being using ProseMirror underneath it all somewhere. And it is a really good kind of structure, actually. They've got a really solid structure for how content is managed, but it just takes some time to get your head into it. Their GitHub doesn't have much stars. It's not all about the stars. Also, their GitHub's a bit weird because like they have like 5 different Can you star someone's? You got 702 followers. Yeah, it's just the secret thing underneath because they don't have advertising. Like if you looked at, I mean, does TipTap have? TipTap.dev. Where's their GitHub? $22,000 on TipTap, but then what is it on Pros? How many followers they have? See, no one really follows someone. Everyone always stars the repos, but like ProseMirror doesn't really have a single repo. So they only have like, I don't, yeah, what would be their main repo? I don't know. The one with the most stars, I guess, sort by stars. 7,000. See, TipTap, which is using ProseMirror, has more stars than ProseMirror. And there are other libraries that are using ProseMirror. What are some examples of libraries that are using ProseMirror? I don't know why I call it libraries like that. IES. It's bugging me now. I'm seeing that. Basic ProseMirror example. Obviously, ProseMirror is using ProseMirror. That is the other part of it. ProseMirror, when you actually read through their docs, have a whole section for if you wanted to do real-time editing, collaborative editing. They have a whole section. They have a whole collab module, a whole kind of framework and structure for doing real-time editing. So if you want to build Google Docs and have multiple people editing at the same time asynchronously, you can build that with ProseMirror. You can do it with long polling. Like there's a demo in here somewhere. You can do it with long polling, you can do it with WebSockets, whatever you want to do. I skipped the section. They have a whole section in here about like rebasing. Doesn't need a backend. If you're going to do the collaborative editing, you need a backend. If you're not, then you can just front end JavaScript. I imagine, like, actually, I don't like. Perhaps you could rig something up where. I mean, I think I haven't dug too deep in the collaborative editing side of things. You need to have some authority that is going to be deciding whether that authority runs in someone else's browser. Maybe you could do that. I don't know why you'd want to. You'd probably want to put it in a back end, but it's all JavaScript, so it could run in a browser, I suppose. Yeah, it's a really interesting library. I'm actually enjoying. The problem I had with TipTap is, okay, maybe I've got more code now, but the code in TipTap was always a bit broken. And the code now, I understand it a lot better. It's a lot more robust. And I feel like I'm doing it properly this time, whereas TipTap, I was just kind of... That's not a fault on TipTap. That's me taking shortcuts earlier on. But I think it's helped now that I have spent the time to understand the data structure that's in ProseMirror, which is the same data structure that's in TipTap because they are the same, like it wraps around it. So like the way that the plugins work for ProseMirror, like there's a way that plugins work for TipTap, but underneath it there is how plugins work on the ProseMirror. I mean, to walk through it, I mean, we basically have this document here, which is our JSON document. This could be HTML. It can actually pass the DOM and turn that into a document, but I'm using JSON. I actually think JSON's a better way of representing this data here. But we have our document with our kind of, each of these are nodes. So we have, go to the top, we have a node here, which is the type document that has content, that has a node called type segment, which has some attributes, which is the speaker, which has an ID to which speaker spoke the segment. That has content. That content is made up of a series of text nodes. Some of those text nodes have marks. So you could think about this as being bold or italics as a mark. But in our case, a mark is a word. Like we have a word mark to identify every word in the text. Any white space or punctuation that is on its own doesn't have a word mark. And then that's essentially our document. We have our schema. We create a schema. We say, okay, here's the different nodes we support: doc, segment. It says what attributes there are on those nodes, what default attribute is for that, value for that attribute is. We give it a way to pass the DOM. So if you copied and pasted a paragraph or some content from elsewhere into ProseMirror, this would turn it into a segment for us. ToDom tells it kind of how to render this thing on the page. We're going to render it as a paragraph. We're actually not, because we'll get to the view in a second, but if we were using this schema, that's what it would do. Text is a default node, has to exist, but it is the kind of root node that holds the text. Marks also in here, we've defined our word mark that has some attributes like start, end, confidence. That's represented as a span in our editor. So when we actually look in here and inspect on the page, we see all of those words are marked with spans. That allows us to style them. And then down here we create our state, and that's where we basically take our schema, take our document that we've got from JSON, and pass that into our state. And then we have a bunch of plugins that are going to do stuff to that state. The two are kind of tightly coupled. The plugins have their own state and the document has its own state, and together they form the editor state. So the reason the plugins might have state is, for example, the history plugin is going to store your undos and redos, and it's going to apply transactions to modify that state in that document. So those are all kind of kept together in this state. And you can actually have that on its own. You don't actually need a view to be able to have the document. The document is in here. We interact with the state. We can apply transactions to modify the document. It's all kind of one directional data flow. Very much like Redux, if you've used Redux on in React, or a use reducer hook in React. So you're applying actions that will modify the state. They're all immutable. It creates a new state every time you perform a transaction or an action. We've got some plugins in here that I've created. Some of them are coming from default. The onChange one just tells us when the state changes. History is one we've just installed. It allows us to, gives us Control Z, Command Z, Control Y, whatever, Command R, Control R. There you go, Control Z and Control Y, or Command Z, Command Y, undo, redo. Base key map also does stuff like backspace, enter. And then these are two custom plugins that I've been writing. The first one ensures that every word is marked up correctly. The second one is the one that we're currently working on, where we're passing our speakers down. Each node renders this select drop down with a list of speakers. This state doesn't really belong on the node itself. So we're currently writing a little decorator that applies the speakers to each node. And then after that, we have our view. So our editor view, which we make available on the window at the moment, but we don't need to. We give it a DOM element on the page. This .view target is just a div that's on the page. And then we can give it some attributes like classes. We pass it in the state that we've just created. And then this is our node views. This is a special little thing. This is going to say segment. Okay, instead of rendering the default to whatever the schema says, to DOM paragraph, what we're actually going to do here is we are going to render this segment view. And segment view is a separate kind of class over here that just returns a this.dom and a this.content DOM. And that's what allows us to kind of customize the view around the content. And then, yeah, they've got a little helper here to render data. That just makes this section on the right hand side render. But as we're changing stuff, it just re-renders that. So that's kind of all there is to it, really. I mean, there's, yeah, you've got the document, you've got the schema, you've got the state, which is representative of those two things, and some plugins, and then the view that is going to render the state and allow you to interact with the state with a content editable view. And so there's a little bit more code apps than TipTap. The code that is there is much, I'm finding it to be much better structured because there's a bit more structure to it. Because you're just having to work out where to put this stuff. So, whereas before, transcription, editor, controller, this was a bit all over the place, you know. I was kind of, again, not necessarily all TipTap's fault, some of it's my fault, but I've got like editor props, get speakers, I'm passing in speakers in a weird way, I'm editor props are here, I've got content passed in here, I've got my extensions, and the extensions are kind of, and also the docs are also just a pain on TipTap, I found a little bit. I don't know, TipTap's alright, but if you want to start doing custom stuff, you kind of have to know ProseMirror anyway. Like I've built this segment view, this was much easier to build with knowing how ProseMirror works. This plugin here with the decoration set, like I don't think TipTap even talks about what decoration sets are. Like, it's just, how do I do decoration tag? Like that's, so it's a pain, you know. So I just switched over to ProseMirror. Okay, what are we doing? I'm rendering these nodes. I need a way of changing the speakers. That's what I was working on next. I was going to ask ChatGPT, TipTap YJS is the collaborative editor. ProseMirror. I think what I was going to do is I was going to Shift V. Maybe I should have been on that other one. Oh, I did. The approach you've outlined for maintaining the plugin state is a solid and more direct way to manage both the list of names and corresponding decorations. This structure allows you to keep the speaker's array and decoration set tied together with the plugin state, simplifying the management of the decorations based on the speakers. Let's refine and expand upon this approach, including how you'd update the list of speakers. That is what I want to do. Afternoon, young Josh. Hey, B18, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Hope you've been well. Extending the plugin for speaker updates. What are they doing here? Set meta. Speaker plugin key. I'm kind of curious about the get meta part. Been better off work after a bit of a meltdown mentally. Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Good excuse to escape their introduction to a new WMS. What's a WMS? Work management system? Yeah. It doesn't sound very fun. I'm not sure what a WMS is, but an acronym like that, it just doesn't sound right. Warehouse management system. Oh, it was close. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a whole painful new thing to have to learn. I'm curious what the get meta bit's about. No, I don't want that. Get away from me. Get meta. Retrieve a metadata property for a given name or plugin. Store a metadata property in this transaction. Does plugin or plugin key? I'm curious about what the plugin key is. A key is used to tag plugins in a way that makes them possible to find given an editor state. Assigning a key does mean only one plugin of that type can be in an active state. Get the active plugin with the key. Don't know what that's about. Set meta. Fine, okay, well it sounds like I don't necessarily, like that's not changing the state, it's doing something else. Let's just say it has taken 2 years to introduce from the time the contract was signed. Ugh. That does not surprise me, does not surprise me. Joys of Blue Yonder, I don't know what Blue Yonder is, I'm assuming that's the supply chain management company. Yeah, I mean that doesn't surprise me. Any company that's at that size and scale, which is probably buying a warehouse management system, is probably going through like a multi-year tender onboarding process that costs a ridiculous amount of money that is just a waste. But yeah. So speaker plugin. What's the deal with the key part? Because the key part is plugin key, speaker plugin. Plus each staff member gets 1 whole hour to learn the new system. Even the few of us that are good with computers have complained. You get a whole hour. It's taken 2 years to introduce, and you get a whole hour. You should, yeah. I don't even know. Like, what? I'm not sure what plugin key is. Is there anything in the library guide? Plugin key. No. Key can be used to make this a keyed plugin. You can only have one plugin with a given key in a given state. But it is possible to access the plugin's configuration and state through the key without having access to the plugin instance object. I see, so I can just give it like a name to represent it, or use the key to access the plugin. But I have the plugin, so why do I need the... Get meta accepts this, so I'm just going to do that for now. We'll just save that for now, and we'll just refresh. New speakers. we also would like to add a little utility. A little utility. One of those, it looks good on paper and cheaper than the current system, but well, yeah, you can imagine the rest. But you don't have to worry about it for a little while, by the sounds of it, so. I suppose that is a silver lining. I'm sure it'll be okay in the long run. It just, yeah, it's just frustrating, isn't it, when everything changes. Update speakers. Export function, update speakers, takes in a view. I wonder about making this more like a command. I mean, I suppose I don't really need to have. I could also just do window.update speakers. We are going to have an advert in about 50 seconds or so. I have ads on like an auto pre-roll every hour. It means that people don't get pre-roll ads when they join. And it also means I get a little time to grab a break sometimes. Window.update speakers. Window.view. Rob. Oh. Okay. Oh, kind of nice. So there's new speakers. Maybe I'm too much of a pessimist, but I've got serious doubts about it being okay. I think it's difficult, isn't it? Situations like that. I think like in the long run it will be okay. It's just there will be some pain to go through and learning, I think. It's just a challenge, isn't it? I think situations like that. And it being okay might mean going back to the old system. Oh, looks like I've got the ads on now. Am I offline? Because I'm looking at my Twitch dashboard and I'm very confused. Nope. Seems like we're on. Okay, fine. Fine. Hey. Hi. How are you doing? Heck, they haven't even updated any hardware / servers for it, so running the broken 2-server system we currently... That sounds... yeah. But anyways, how's yourself, young sir? I'm good. I'm doing well. Been doing a lot of streaming lately, building this stuff up that I'm working on, showing my side projects and stuff I'm working on. Got a few other little projects on the go at the moment. Taking a little bit of a break from work as well, actually. So, been spending a lot of time, I guess, still working, but doing my own work rather than kind of client work or whatever. So, it's been going well. It's been going all right. making some time, you know. I think job market at the moment is pretty tough in the industry, and I had some time that I could take back out, so that's what I've been doing. Been working on this project that we've been streaming is app.musterminutes.com. Still kind of closed at the moment. You can't really use it right now, but basically the idea is that you can upload a meeting recording. You go in here, you upload it, you pay to have it transcribed. Once it's been transcribed, you get to kind of go in here and kind of create some minutes for it once you've kind of finished transcribing it, and then you get minutes back on the back of it. That's kind of example one. I have on here. Do I have it running? I think it's all broken at the moment. Yeah, kind of got this thing that I'm testing at the moment. Right, it says hello beautiful world, but like, what's going on with the design here? Oh, it's because the outline is styled differently somewhere else. Anyway, yeah, and then you go through and you can create the minutes. Once the minutes have been generated, you get something that looks a bit like this using AI. Yeah, so we've been kind of building that. It's all a bit broken at the moment while I've been kind of working on this specific problem that I've been solving, so. I think I can just basically say new speakers or the plugin state speakers, and I can do the same. tr.getMeta speaker plugin or plugin date speakers. And then change to the end of the line, speakers. Actually, I can just do speakers like that. Delete to the comment. Good to see you doing well and seeing the processes needed for something like this. Yeah, I thought it'd be interesting to just kind of share, you know, a little bit of like some of the behind the scenes of some of the stuff that I kind of do and work on. I find it sometimes quite difficult to explain what goes on to build stuff like this sometimes, and like what kind of stuff I do. So I thought, you know, we'll just spend some time streaming it, you know, and see what's going on. Also, the directory seems to be growing as well quite a lot lately, which is, it's cool. Like, there's no speakers or the docs changed, then we'll update that. Yeah, it's quite a lot more going on in this directory, the software game development directory, which is quite cool. It's nice to see people doing stuff in this space. So, but why not join in? So if there's no speakers or the doc has changed, then we update the speakers and we update the decoration set for that document. Otherwise, we return the existing speakers and we update the... Oh, this also needs to change here. There we go. So then that changed this to Rob. Nice. And that is going to power this drop down here. These list of names are going to drop. They're going to re-render this. So this needs to change a little bit. We are going to I don't know how we're going to get our initial speakers actually. We're probably going to have them come into here. Have this return the plugin. Export function, update speakers. And then over here, our speaker plugin, when we initialize it, we can then pass in some data. Let's build a little like const initial like speakers, and then we could do const initial speakers dot map. And the idea here, I don't need the index, but I'm going to perhaps do, trying to decide, you know what I'm doing here. Reformat it a little bit, and then we'll do speaker.replace. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Oh, but we also want to, so we do like name, and then the value with whatever we got in originally. What I've got two, what have I missing here? I've got this there. That there is wrong. That is that. Oh, I was supposed to do closing bracket there. There we go. And then down here, why? No, I'm missing something else still. One more bracket. And then down here we add our initial speakers. Let's save that in. So now speakers is slightly different. It's this object of the speakers. If I refresh, speaker plugin state is not a function. I know why. We have another problem. This might be where I might be. I don't know what that speaking was, but this might be where the plugin key became useful. It's a long time since I had to program a 60 integer calculator using Visual Basic for A level, so I don't understand everything, but was still holding interest. No worries, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, it's difficult some of these streams, I find, because like some days I will be just doing something quite high level design work that actually is just anyone can kind of just watch along and kind of understand what's going on. And then the last few streams have been a bit like this, where I'm like elbow deep in code, logic statements, if conditions, different scopes, like all sorts of stuff that's just like, and I'm jumping around between different files and I'm like trying to figure out what's going on for myself. And it's just difficult, I think, to get that broad range sometimes with that. So yeah, it's a tricky one, and rich text editors especially, they are dry subjects. It's a lot of just moving data around in state. But yeah, hopefully I can explain bits as we go through it, and you don't need to fully understand all of the details, but kind of gets you a picture of some of it, I suppose. The problem I'm having now is I set speaker plugin to a function which returns my plugin. This speaker plugin I actually use in a bunch of places to be able to get data out, and so I've just changed my key, and it's no longer a key that I can use to get the data like down here, because I'm using it to pass this initial speakers set. I'm curious what init does. If I search the plugin system, state build, config, editor state config. So that is all of the config. It's got the schema, the dot, the selection, the stored marks, plugins. And then editor state the instance. Difficult maybe, but it's fun to watch. I may be shooting Cabal for fun while you're bouncing around. No worries. So I need to change it. I think I need to change, do what they said here, which was create this key for the speaker plugin. Create my key, and then I have to import plugin key from here. And then I'm using the speaker plugin key I guess I'll just export default here. Default. And then this will change the key. Key. I'm trying to, there we go. No more valid diagnostics to move to. No more valid diagnostics to move to. Fine. If I refresh, does that fix our problems? No, not quite. Cannot read properties of undefined. This is stored on the plugin itself, not the key. Does that mean I then need to return this? I need to save the plugin as a variable? I could do something like const speaker plugin equals that. Return speaker plugin. So now I've got a thing that builds the plugin, that returns the plugin. Cannot read properties of undefined reading decoration set. Oh, here I need to make sure that I'm actually using the speaker plugin.getState. There we go. Nice. And now we have our speakers in here. That's our list of speakers. We can use that, I think. That will be the plan. So in our view up here, we currently do this. I'm going to call this .decoration. Well, actually, I've got this .speaker list already. Return. I guess I can delete that. Make that this .speakers. and then our select element is going to loop through each of those, and then it's going to speaker.value .value is equal to the selected speaker, the node atters, and then we will do, we'll either do this if there is, otherwise we'll do speaker.name, or we'll grab the value and replace the speaker with speaker. That doesn't really tell us anything, but if I went in here and changed this to a new array where there was a name called Bob and his value was speaker 3. Or there was options for a name of someone called Ted and his value was speaker 0. Now we've got Bob and a Ted. We had a new line, we get Ted. But then if we added a new person to this list, we could say name was Sophie, I don't know. Her value is going to be speaker 2, speaker 1. And then I can go in and add Sophie. Nice. And now I have a really easy way. I can just tell it to update the speakers with the names and the values, and that will update. That's cool. I'm making some good progress here. I need to figure this out a bit better. I need to store that somewhere, perhaps in some sort of hidden field. Maybe not hidden field, but perhaps like just some meta key property. I don't know. That might be the next thing we do. Perhaps we store that in some sort of meta tag in the page that I can then add in or inject or update on the server. Yeah, I'll figure that out in a second. I'm going to be right back. I'll be back in a moment. Thanks. Back. We are back. Okay, so I need to decide how I'm going to pass this blob of data down, because it doesn't belong here like that. That is not how we should store it. I mean, I suppose at the moment none of the data in this is stored in the right place. I probably should have just copied this rather than doing what I'm doing. This is a very bad way of moving this, storing this data. Is that a good way of doing it? Change the word speakers. So then we could go in here. Perhaps we do just specify a more manual way of doing this. Perhaps I change this, just return name Alice, value speaker 0. Why is there an extra one of those at the end? There we go. That is better. Now when I refresh, I get Eve. I can change it to David or Bob or Alice or whoever I want to change it to. And then I'm going to figure out the data importing bit later, because I feel like that's kind of part of the interface that I'm going to be building for the editor. There'll be some sort of input that our controller is listening to. And then when it changes, I can just call the update plugin. So I import the speaker plugin, but I also get update speakers. And then at the moment, I have it down here. So I just do window.update. Speakers is a function which is going to take in speakers, and it's going to call update with the view speakers for me. And then if I jump back over here, don't need to do that in here. This just does the view part for me. Sweet. And then if I just call update speakers, that doesn't now need to take window view. Oh, I didn't have a value for like speaker 4. There we go. Cool. That updates correctly. I'll just make this speaker 0. Alice. Alice. Who's Alice? Charlie, David, Neve. Alice, Bob, Charlie, David, Neve. Okay. So speakers, I have the document. I can pretty much do most of the things I could do in the old document. Okay. I feel like now might be a good time to try and bring this back into the main fold. I need to get rid of the console logs that I've got going on. Rendering. Yeah, I think I should now think about folding this in to the main view. I also need to still figure out how I'm going to decorate, colour in, whatever current word, the active word. I could apply a mark. Could use decorations. I feel like decorations make more sense here. But they also feel like a lot of work to go through every single text node and search for all of these things. Okay, I think the next part then is perhaps to take the data and put it into this format. Should I do that on the server or in the front end? I do not know. What does the schema look like at the moment for transcriptions? I did like the reference to Roy Chubby Brown's version of Smokey living next door to Alice. Yeah. What am I looking for here? Why has my brain gone blank? I need to find the transcriptions. Where are they? Oh, are these like alphabetically sorted? Yeah, looks like it. I really should just go transcriptions. There they are. Transcriptions have a recording as status the data. The JSON column with data. Perhaps I create another column for the... Oh, I already have data and original data. I already did that. So perhaps I can just change the data. I can build something in Ruby that's going to convert into our new format, which is going to look something like this. Not exactly this, but something like this. I kind of have some little helper on at the moment that kind of hides away some of the complexity. The actual data structure looks like this. And there's just a bit more complexity around each mark. And yes, I have got a rather random musical knowledge. Close to the great Afro one. Good musical knowledge then. It's close to that. Close to the great Afro one. Okay. I think the next thing that we do, I just have so much going on. Like, what is like? Because I started trying to do multiple things at once, nothing still really works. Everything's still a bit broken. That's fine. So we have this at the moment. I put .json on the end to get this. Okay, but we don't want that. What do we want? We want to render some sort of transcript parser. Transcription. I already have a transcription parser. Importer, transcription, import. I'll call it import for now. And then we'll do and then at the moment we'll just do message hello world. Imported. And then we can go to pages controller, and instead of doing this, we can return transcription import .new .result number of parameters are incorrect. Let's get that imported. Fine, we're getting closer. I needed a good transcript. So I need a good meeting that has a bunch of data in it. Where's the one that has data? This one? Yeah, that one. Where's the one with the speakers? There's one I have which has some speakers. Meet with speakers. And we're gonna have to find out the ID for the transcription to get the data back. So Rails C, we're gonna go meeting, got unscoped, got find. It's actually find underscore by public ID 18. So that's actually meeting 18. M equals meeting.find 18. I need to have it unscoped as well. M.transcription. ID is 10. So I can go transcription.find 10. Yes, okay. That is 10. That is the one we want. I think we can just do... Oh, what have I done? Do render and we say it was 10, and then in here I can do at transcription.data. Okay. And then the idea higher is transcription import. It's going to be able to do stuff with this data. I don't really know what yet. Parse data. Let's just see. If I refresh this, get the data. Do I need some sort of JSON pretty print plugin? JSON viewer, Brave, Chrome, you know, I need some sort of plugin for viewing. JSON. I don't. I could just use Paw. It's not called Paw anymore. Insomnia. I'm going to go camera screen just a second while I figure out what's on the screen. Use local scratch pad. Okay. We can get back. Skip before action. Authenticate user. What am I looking for? Wait, you're looking at my viewer and your first search is Paw Patrol. I put Paw in and it does the TV thing because it's Apple and it's just like, these are like suggestions. I'm not watching Paw Patrol. Trust me now, I'm not. Application controller or action authenticate. Skip before action authenticate. We don't care about authentication, okay? No. Controller, application. Or action authenticate. Redirect to sign in. Home? No. welcome. Skip before action. Indicate. Transcription. Pages controller. Where did I just put this? Right, suggestions. Oh, the broccoli emote. Not seen that in a little while. Okay, why did I put it there? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Now I can actually see something that looks a bit more like JSON. And I can close it and play with it and do stuff with it. It's a bit slow, but you know. Yes.
You've got the magic. I know I've got to see to believe.
Ella Brock will never end. Well, I saw something the other day. I posted it in that like random broccoli Discord that we have.
Can you show me what it's like to feel free?
Let me find.
With me.
Don't even know how to. There we go. What happened to... yeah. Okay, let's go over here now.
You've got the magic. I know I've got to see to believe. You love the madness.
I opened Discord, I got distracted. Anyway, yeah. That was a funny picture I saw on Twitter the other day. Out of context. You don't need a VOR. VOR? Also just... Now that I've opened up the Discord, I have got ever so slightly
Machine got him the same way it got the lost race. No fear. But what was the lost race afraid of? Changing. Changing? Look at those skeletons down there. They had atomic
some
energy.
interesting chats there. The one that was distracting me was this. Someone's trying to create when submitting a vehicle account, I get an error saying accountable model name human cannot be found. However, the submit button still successfully adds a new account to the account equal table, albeit not in the vehicle. The vehicle is moreover the account is the correct accountable type. Accountable vehicle should be account vehicle, which is what I assumed accountable. I don't know what that person is asking about. Anyway. Anyway. What are we doing here? Well, you know, let's perhaps... Where did that go? Bring this back. Put this back over here. There we go. Kind of, you know, Is this easier to read? I don't know. I kind of want... That's not where I wanted to go. Anyway. I guess one of the things I want to be able to do is see, can I get at data? How do I get like the job name? So could I return the job name just like that?
What was the lost race afraid about? Changing. Look at those skeletons down there.
Job
They had atomic energy, but they
name.
couldn't control it. Look, baby's different.
Okay, that gets me the job name. So I do need to JSON parse it. So we'll do that first. JSON.parse the data as it comes in. So we just want the data in that format.
So they could walk upright.
At data.
Baby was already without a tail. How? That would
Okay.
mean they were changing into... Yes.
What do we have? We have results. Everything's in results. We get speaker labels, which has segments. We have items. I think the core of what we need is in speaker labels and items. And in speaker labels, I guess we kind of end up with two things. We want a list of speakers, which I guess we'll be able to build in some way. And then we'll also have like the content, right? The document. So perhaps we need def speakers and def document. And then this is going to be like a hash potentially of speakers is speakers and document is document. And then this is going to be well, speakers is interesting actually because it's actually just like speaker count. And actually that is equal to the data results. Maybe let's do this. Can just be an empty object for now, and then this one is going to be like the at data results. Is there like a dot fetch results, something like that? Is that correct? Ruby fetch. A bit of a no, that's not how fetch works. We'll put this here, and then I can switch between those two windows more easily. Chat. Let's got our code. What are we asking? We are asking how in Ruby to fetch key within multi-dimensional hash. it is dig. It is dig. And I'm going to have to wrap up in a moment. But we are going to quickly implement dig. I'm going to quickly get this and get the speaker count. So it wasn't fetch, it was dig. We're going digging. And what we're going digging for is it's for the speaker labels, but not the segments, the speakers. So it's results, speaker labels. And we're going segment, not segments. I said it wasn't segments, it's speakers. So when I get rid of this, I'm going to lose what I've got. Oh well. Speaker count 8. Nice. And I guess in here we'll now move our data into there. So we're going to kind of keep pushing it down further into the document as we're building it. The document has to conform to the same structure, you know, as our other document. So the one we wrote over in, I guess if we get to this, we go back to this, you know, it has to have type segment. It actually needs to be something like this, semi-doc, type doc content. So that's what we'll do. Type doc content is an array. And actually this will be segments. So segments at data. So now when I send it, we'll have a structure starting to look a little bit more like what we expect. I guess we can actually probably just do on here, we can do data.dig results, speaker label segments, do map segment, and then in here we're going to give type segment content, segment content, dev segment content. Do that. Guess we can just return the segment at the moment. We'll refresh. But now we have something that's starting to look a little bit more like what we'd expect. Segment, interestingly, should have the speaker label. So there is some attrs here. One of these is the speaker. Segment dig. Segment dot fetch speaker label. If I refresh this, that is speaker 0, and that's the content. Interesting. Start time, end time. I guess that's for the whole segment. Of course, it's not that. It's fetch items. And then, oh, I guess these are kind of words. I don't really know. There's a bit more we have to do here. But I guess what I will do for now is just make sure that we have type word. Atters. Start. Item.fetch start time. End time. And here's where it gets tricky, because we don't actually have access here at this level to the items. And so I think that'll be a challenge that I'll have to solve tomorrow. We're going to call it there. We're not going to have an ad break in 1 minute because I'm about to head off. If I refresh this, does this still work? Yeah, it still works. We'll close this for now. And yeah, I think we'll call it there. Making some good progress on this. It's kind of coming together. Very close to having it back to where it was in the old version, but without TipTap. We can delete TipTap code. It's going to be sweet. I think actually we're going to have a lot of code removed. We have lots of new code, but we're also going to remove a lot of old code. I plan on streaming tomorrow. It might be in the afternoon, fairly late. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see. I have some stuff in the morning that I have to take care of. I'll be doing that. And then, yeah, if I get time tomorrow, we'll be back streaming, working on this, getting this finished up, getting it pulled into the main editor. And then we can start on the thing that I think I tried a week ago, which was as you're playing the audio, highlighting the words. I think we have the knowledge and the skills now to be able to do that. So that will be next. Then next week, if I'm not streaming tomorrow, then next week's streams are also potentially, I don't know what's happening with those yet. I am dog sitting. There is no internet in that house right now. I've ordered a Starlink. Starlink's not shipping yet. Don't know what's going on. Don't even know if we'd be able to stream on Starlink. There's a lot of questions to solve for next week. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. Perhaps see you again soon. Perhaps I'll be here again soon. We'll see. I don't really know. We'll stream when we can. And we're up there. Thanks. Bye.